How you doing, Mr. J? 4 a.m. gaming? What time zone is that again? I don't know if I want to do Outlaw Feral, because I'm kind of in an outlaw mood for EU. Australia time? Okay. Thoughts on the Outlaw changes? I don't know how much Outlaw needed a nerf. Definitely the evasion change. I don't know about the haste one. I think they should have just buffed other specs that, like, you know. Like, I think, if anything, also, they should have nerfed stamina, too. Like, they should have nerfed Outlaw. It's just nerfing offensive stuff is stupid. Because it's already, like, last on damage most games at high rating. You're just, like, you know. Like, you can nerf Gouge by 1 second. You can nerf the stamina. You can nerf, you know. Stuff like that makes more sense. I think, like, nerfing the haste was kind of dumb. Or you could just make between the eyes, you know, not spam proc, because I feel like that's a bug. There's no way you get a 35% chance like 8 times in a row pretty frequently. Like, that just feels bugged to me. Like, force people to play Greenskin, which takes more skill. And then, you know, like, nerf the stamina or something, you know, but... Lose my adrenaline rush with that Gouge. Trying to spam focus kitty on Rogue there, but the ping. I melded his blind there. Wasn't going for it, but I didn't see it hit my shaman. He's not on TR. I actually died there. That'd be so sad. Got both trinkets already. Spamming DFA for that, but didn't go off. All the procs. I was gonna gouge the guy's trinket there. How you doing, Goofy? Rescue Fiend human. B tier rogue is also human. It is me limit testing on the tournament realm about maximum damage possible as sub. I don't think sub will become better than Outlaw or Asso, even with the buffs to fire, but you know. I've just been in a sub mood, and I've made a set where I had like 136 mastery, and I still had 35 Versa. And I was pumping with no tier set whatsoever. Yeah, so I went it for sub, but I still have some Outlaw rogues too. You get 2% more secondary stats. Not like a flat 2% value of like, oh, I went from 135 to 137 mastery, but you get 2% more secondary rating of stats. So like if I had, you know, 6,400 Versa like this or whatever, you'd add 2% of that number. You'd get like an extra 130 Versa. And then you'd get an extra, you know, a little bit of mastery too. So it's just more stats. And you could trinket aggro more with 90-second trinket, basically. I was trying human double on use for a bit, but I don't know still how I feel about that one. I think you lose too much on the agility of the medallion for like the stars aligned to go to justify, you know, the on use being worth like 1,200 if you subtract the medallion from it. I wanted it to be good, but playing DFA just for fun. Try to immune CC with it. I don't always play it. It's just I don't need disarm. I should have gone OP cloak though. I'm kind of trolling by not doing that. I just forgot to respec from fighting Mage Healer last game. But I almost never play DFA. It's just like a TV2 extra uptime kind of thing. I can get a re-up this. Oh. It's that monk here. Good hex. Or spamming step kick, but kick was on CD. You fade the restun. I think I'm just dead still. I was like 1 inch from being in the link. I feel like I'm in the link technically. I don't know. That's fucked. I'd vanish in like half a second. That's just that I forgot to go cloak. Even though the DFA I'm immune to a couple stuns, it's not really worth it. Isn't Orc the highest DPS race? So the problem with Orc is the attack power stays the same value the entire expansion. It's 600 attack power this expansion at like the beginning and the end. And it's only helping you 1 out of every 4 goes. Orc's just good for being immortal and not getting punished for trinketing aggro, or, you know, being able to actually not have to trinket every go as like a sub mirror, you know. If sub was popular, Orc would be the best for sure. But I never get a sub mirror ever, so it's just like I want to do more damn. Yeah, but like the 3rd or 4th season in an expansion, Orc's not that much value. I meld bugged because he insta AoE'd me on accident. For sure.
Non-Drake, I am having a Spectrum checkout for the 3rd time in an hour. Maybe
Sounds like Spectrum.
I'll actually get to play Venus tonight. And suffering.
At least you don't have Time Warner. Like, Spectrum's pretty bad, and Cox is pretty bad. But at least we don't have Time Warner or Comcast. It could be so much worse. Oh, Time Warner and Spectrum merged? Okay, never mind. Yeah, you got the ultimate fucked. Never mind. I feel sorry. Yeah, I hate my ISP. I wish I could get AT&T. Even now that I got real fiber and not fake fiber to the home with only the download speed now with Cox, they still throttle my shit and route my traffic very poorly. So I still need to use like exit lag and stuff. And I still get packet loss even with fiber sometimes. But it was still night and day than Cox non-fiber. Like it was still worth moving for the fiber. But I wish I could get any normal, you know, company that would treat me as a human being that wasn't a monopoly. Asian and like one more finisher, but I think I'm dead. Yeah. God, both healers are just I can't kill. The Shaman played really good though. Somehow I kept up with a DH on damage. Yeah, I was getting a lot of procs and a lot of Blade Flurry. Blade Flurry the whole game and I'm still not winning on damage. What's up, Zach? So has anyone done this like Hearthstone event thing that's going on right now? I know it's supposed to be like the Diablo event. It's like the 10-year anniversary or whatever. There's like a transmog and a mount and stuff like that. I like installed Hearthstone and I played a game and I didn't get the mount. And I don't know if the rares spawn every hour at all 3 spots or just like a specific random spot every time. I don't know what that means, Archie, but you're probably saying GG, I was the DH. And I'll just say, wait for the patch, buddy. Can't come a day sooner. That shit should have been hotfixed 2 months ago. My 4 set there. I wanted to keep the cooldown reduction bone really bad. Trying to get away from the double fair. We love Demon Hunter every single game. Dead here, the world will never know. But yeah, he pressed his 10-second blade dance. There's aggro on CD without punishment. I think we're dead to this ultimate penance. There's no link. I'm CC'd and you can't really get to the pillar. Yeah. Very interactive phone game design. I think DH will still be in every arena, but maybe we'll see more Ret Warrior Fistweaver. And maybe some Asaphrost disc, but maybe like some Demo Lock stuff will make a comeback. Like some Demo DK kind of bullshit. Demo Shadow Play, you know? Demo LSD. Any good sub comps? Not really. Like Houghton is just diff. No one else is really playing, you know, sub Windwalker and shit. and cheesing people with flag. It's very inconsistent, you know, outside of him. I think there's like 2 or 3 people still playing like sub at all. Like I think Nala and them still play like sub Frost Holy. And then on NA there's 0 sub at all. Actually there's sometimes there's like 1 sub RMP on NA. I think Nick and them were playing it with someone. I had a kidney there. That lasso kind of fucked me. Because he was like 2 seconds from being off DR. And he had no sync for that kidney either. Thanks to that one, even though it only had 1 second left. It's really good for me. Basically a wasted sync. They just both synergize really well together at never letting people move their characters on accident passively when you play Asta Frost together. And it's just good PvE for like just tab hitting the closest person and rotting people and kind of AoEing them behind a pillar and all that. And just sieging on people. And doing a lot of AoE pressure with like splitting ice and orbs and blizzards and AoE bleeds and, you know. The damage profiles just line up nicely. Main way to win in that comp, you just tab dot everything in UPV. Kind of like Asta Arcane and Outlaw Arcane and, you know, pretty much every version of Rogue Mage that isn't sub. And even sub kind of PVs nowadays too. This guy pre-syncs and non-stun. Try to gouge that just so he doesn't get too much mana back. Account created 17 hours ago. You can make another account. It's fine. Wonder how many accounts you're at so far. How you doing, V-God? Ever go human male? Maybe on Kata for just the meme, you know, to go full Sam X mode, you know. I don't know. I think the only male race that isn't like annoying in terms of like animations is just if you're embracing your inner smork and playing orc. And you're just like, I'm male orc, I hate the game, zug zug, and you're just laughing at how dumb it looks. Old school male undead was obviously always cool, but they ruined the animations of it. I don't like modern undead. It's too like stiff. You have like T-Rex arms and you're like tripping over yourself. It just doesn't make sense. Like in general, the only animations in the entire game that didn't get ruined in Legion when they redid the animations, the only ones that are like 80% similar to the original but higher res are pretty much just Void Elf and Night Elf. Those are like the only ones they didn't ruin. Yeah, there definitely should be an option to just go back to the other one. There used to be. In WoD, they had the option. And you can do old school or new school. And then in Legion, there was still technically the option of high res versus low res, but it just, you always had the new animations no matter what in Legion. Yeah, WoD, you had the complete choice between old school animations and, you know, the new ones. And then in Legion, it was like, you can do new versus old, but it'll always be the new. So it was just like, you might as well just take the better graphics because it doesn't fix the animations. The closest, I mean, you can. It's like the whole infrastructure of the game. The closest thing you could do is J-morph to like an old NPC or I-morph, you know? And model change into an old NPC. It's like the only way you can kind of get close, but... That or we all just go play Kata, you know? I think that's the real saving grace. If you like Arena. Got a couple more months to go. I should not have sapped that early. Didn't realize he burrowed for no reason at 100% HP before the blind was even over. Yeah, between the eyes bugged out. They melded too fast. I got haste. I'll grab this gear. I was really 5-head on accident. Thank God the pally still trinketed. When he static totemed me there, he put me in the Palais Consecrate to put him in combat for my blind sap. There's no way he intended to do that. And the Palais didn't realize he was going to be in combat for the sap anyway, so he still trinketed, but that was kind of sick. Check him PC. He burrows 2 seconds after getting popped. Nice. You don't need to check his PC anymore. I wanted to step kick that, but I didn't have step. I have cloak, I'm just being a little greedy. I don't know if we needed to link though, but. I think it's a hex that he could have gotten decursed on. Got my between the eyes again somehow. Well, now it works. Cool. Like even doing a global of like Shadow Strike first sometimes too. I don't know how. Keeps doing like the spam animation, kind of like how Meld Garrote sometimes would just bug out and you do the animation and it's not on CD, but it just doesn't want you to do it. Shouldn't have DR'd that. Didn't realize he was hexing either, but. Normally I could step kick before the static pulls me back in, but. It's gonna be an issue very soon. Like now. Can't gouge this guy because he has flame shock. Yeah. That sucks. I just can't kill them while they're in. The class colors are baked into my better Blizz plates and frames. What's up, Mario? Even though you got chat logs of typing in 2019? Yeah, there's also just a specific class color add-on too, if you don't want this, but most of my UI are these two add-ons. We got Only Wedge with the Prime, thank you so much. First sub of the day. Really? I get a random re here. Accept DH. Oh, you dropped combat, but I didn't get it. Kill his entire eye beam. Get a re-incept the monk. That roots it. And he can just trinket aggro and blur aggro and do whatever he wants literally on CD. They're gonna get a big drink here that might win them the game. I came back to peel. We almost died through all of our CDs. Well, it was only Link, but I was still scared if I didn't come back. Or dodge the fear, but it has like triple the hitbox that it looks. Try to gouge the eye beam if I can get there. Doesn't get the essence break off. Nice. Kidney off this. Couldn't between the eyes there, because it just kept shadow striking even though I was pressing different buttons, because ping. And I managed to put my between the eyes on CD there. That'd be GG. 5 things went wrong at the same time there. Between the eyes on CD, and I didn't get to keep my 4 set. They could always throw at slower ratings, so. Like 2200. So there's no difference in like a rank 1 DH and a duelist DH though. Outside of like the tournament ones that just don't blur air and know how to be immortal. Tap because revival doesn't apply combat. Guy pre-darkness is air. Just swap the healer. Guy trinkets gouge again on CD. There's aggro again on CD. On the Manatee, he doesn't get that much mana back. Might sap DH here. Okay, just kites me on accident because this class has infinite mobility. Keep Monk of Combat from ever drinking. Managed to keep my Adrenaline Rush going. Come peel. Heal almost every I-beam and he's still doubling my damage. Gouge him in 1. Bet his Fear doesn't break on damage, even though he just did like 300k to me there. I swear this guy just has Trinket and Blur just macroed into his rotation. Doesn't even matter. It's actually so sad that they didn't like remove this class from the game 2 months ago. Difference is all the rank 1 DHs are botting, that's not wrong too. The more PvE and like they make the game by balancing around low rated players, the more bots there are. Like if the game is good, like you wouldn't be seeing all these DH bots and LE bots and outlaw bots. Insanely unfair. We outplayed them actually very hard. My Shaman played really well. We literally stopped almost every single I-beam. And the guy is still just allowed to do damage for no reason. Like he doesn't get any essence breaks off with like his free meta. Back on US later? Yeah. I just forgot to play some games on EU because it's early in the day. Oh no, the Shaman's playing good for now. I don't have as much Versa as I would like though on EU. I'm saving these sockets for sub next week. I want to play sub. Just to see. I could socket these two, I guess. I just don't know how the outlaw nerf's gonna be yet. New Warlock nerfs? Are they adding more changes? 14 minutes ago. Is there anything else new in that? I think that's the only new changes, right? Yeah, okay. I mean, most people just kill Observer anyway. I don't think it matters that much. Finally play Eve. I'm upset. I'm sorry, man. I just wanted to get gear in case I wanted to push for both. Do some shuffle stuff at the end of the season if I finish on an A early. Watch the fear. Stopped pressing kick there, but it just still went off. Thought I went out of range, but I'm not used to having acrobatic strikes anymore. I thought I ran out of the kick range of those, still pressing it. I don't think you can spell Q window something that's off global. I don't know how lag could make me kick there, even though I was like trying to stop after the cast. I shouldn't be trying to kick the last tick of a penance at 150 ping, so. If I kick in the middle of the cast, I kick at the end. There's no way I can kick the tail end of the cast. Should I kick the tail end of that one somehow? Try to fake his fade and his death. Sure, neither. Give my guy haste. Reens my kick. No melt for that, feels bad, man. I don't try to wait out fade and stuff anymore, this guy doesn't ever do it. Half feared out of this. Harry's aggro. Comps for Outlaw 3s. Outlaw Ellie Druid, Outlaw Lock Shaman, Outlaw DH. I'm not sure what healers for that usually. Probably Shaman or Druid still. Yeah, generally with a Destro, DH, or Ellie. But it's gonna change probably tomorrow, or 2 more days for EU, tomorrow for NA. Not by much though. I think DH will still be like the best class. Defensively, the nerfs are pretty indifferent. It's mostly just the tier set change that's going to make them lose a couple million damage a game. They might not be doubling everyone's damage anymore, but it'll still be good, I think. But I think we're going to see a lot of like Asa Frost Disc, a lot of like Ret Warrior Fistweaver, maybe some Ret BM Hunter. I expect to see a lot of Ret Warriors. I think people are going to try sub a bit, but I don't think it's going to be that much better. But yeah, the game is still going to always be in a tap target PvE meta until they undo stamina and rebuff CC. It'll just become what is the new best PvE. It'll be like, oh, LSD is back, you know, with Demo, or oh, Demo Shadowplay is still PvEing, or oh, Asa Frost Disc, you know. We're always going to be in a PvE meta until they make like CC be good. Yeah, they're nerfing the evasion CDR pretty heavily for Outlaw. And then they're nerfing damage reduction on one of the pistol shot talents. But then I think they're nerfing the haste on Take Your Cut. Duration and amount of haste. I think it's 10% haste for 10 seconds instead of 15 for 12. And they're nerfing Destro pretty heavily too, yeah. So you're gonna see more Demo because of that. Yeah, it'll be the same level of PvE, just maybe slower paced PvE, with DH not being as broken. But maybe Hunters might spice it up. That's like the wild card, I don't know. I don't think giving Marksman 4% more cheese, they're really feast or famine of either like a billion overkill, or, you know, completely shut down and useless. So I don't think changing Marksman's gonna really do anything. Outside of if someone is brave enough to try to play Fire. In which case they already would have gotten 2-shot by a Marksman before the buff. Because Glass Cannon is just dog shit. That's Red Reef, I'll probably Wes. The fear. And the main plan right now is just to wait for Kata in a couple months. He's off couch sharing like one. Advantage to keep my AR there. I got feared like the last global of it. Doesn't matter that much though. Don't think I procced his Guardian, so it's still a 1 minute CD, not 3. Might get a random re here. One fear DR for 7. DR blinds me. Now I'm triple DR fear DR. Cancel my Blade Flurry. Oh, I still broke that anyway. And Mel cheap shot the rogue off me. This is like the one scary moment I could die. Grapple towards Link if I need it. I don't like the triple dare cheap shot, but I needed it to get the gouge off. He just rage quits. Oh yeah. They just did so many weird DR blinds and DR fears and shit. I'm like 4 million damage up. How you doing, Nitos? Thank you again for that dono yesterday, man. I appreciate it. Best rogue is Mercator. Pick Mercator, then Heyo, and then yeah. Outlaw's better in everything. Who? It was a joke. Thoughts on PS0? I mean, he's always just played, you know, low APM builds to try to make the game work. He's like the embodiment of a cast sequence macro. Never been like that flashy, you know? Like, oh, he's playing this weird Shirk and toss throw build. Wow. You know, he's like trying to like, you know, string 700 band-aids on him to do anything. I wouldn't put PS0 in top 50. I mean, like overall of any expansion. I wouldn't put myself even in top 20. But yeah. Maybe 15. Definitely not top 10 overall. But like of current NA, definitely top 3. It's just hard to tell without, so it kind of makes me a little more mindless with my opinion, but because Outlaw is such an RNG spec, and there's so much politics of teams and stuff like that too. But in terms of just like overall sub v sub, fighting people who do things, the only rogue that does anything is Calvish, in terms of like evasion back to walling and like doing stuff. I'll lose my adrenaline rush. Nice, I keep that. Find Eye Beam in a sec. I'll Eye Beam in a sec. Keep my adrenaline rush going. Killed most of his meta. Try to not get double feared. Between the eyes went on CD, that's kind of annoying. Play this breaks. My mouse just died. It doesn't matter. Kill him without a mouse. The most important moment of the game. It has a good battery life. I just forgot to charge it yesterday. Thing with the old school era of montages is the word montage. You're only cherry picking the good moments. You're not seeing their consistency, their flexibility. You're just seeing the highlights. Streaming is a whole different era of seeing like the good, the bad, the ugly. Like especially like when you look at like Reckful's win rate, he was insane, right? But like old school teams, that wasn't like win rate melted into your character. You could just remake the team. You lose a game, you delete your team, start over. And you would just keep trying a million times until you get a really good win rate. Like even I had like a 110 and like 10 record or something at one point. So I don't have to worry about getting it on my keyboard. I hated arena teams. It was a horrible system when it came back in TBC Classic, and I'm glad Wrath Classic doesn't still have it. It makes people way too clicky and never play with each other, and it makes the game more dead. It's just a nostalgia drug for people. Play Kata, yeah. Tried to kick that, it just didn't go. Gonna get out Giant Beam in a sec. Free Darkness Air. I don't know if I have the CDs to 1v1 a god class without healing talents. It's possible, he's trolling. Never mind, one blade dance did half my health bar. That hits me through the wall. Really cool. I'm dead here. That sucks. That was a good cheese. I actually didn't realize that hit me through the wall. I know Ursul's Vortex goes through the wall there, and a few other things, but I think you can auto attack with acrobatic strikes there, but I didn't think Blade Dance would go through the wall. I haven't actually seen that interaction before. We love the hero class, you know? We're like half a global from living too, because I did the DR gouge, DR stuns to peel. Yeah, DH is like 80% of the ladder in every bracket. Even DH Rogue is a comp in tournaments. Like, that's how broken it is. You can play double, and DH, double DH was in the tourney too, and then yeah. Some people play DH Ret. Cool that they just get to ignore all the rules, because Blur works backwards, Fell Eruption goes through Cloak, Sigil Fear goes through Cloak. Like, what are rules even meant for at that point if you're just gonna do nepotism hires? It's all good, dude. It's good to learn that that's some bullshit that's in the game I actually didn't know. That was like a 1v1 tourney or something, I'd be annoyed. But I mean, in a 1v1 tourney, I would never lose. Because I would just have Iron Stomach and drink up me Hardy, and I would do like 3 times as much healing. And I would just be unkillable. Wait, a non-DH game? What the hell? Did I win the lottery? I mean, it's still Arger at X, but... I meld bugs because I just get insta AoE'd. Ouch, CDs, I guess. I was just running to give him the haste buff, but... Doesn't flare my vanish. I had to tap out of that, I think. I guess. Evasion just Death Chakra mid deck. Oh no, I still get the debuff anyway. No, I didn't have the debuff earlier. Like the reapplication, I guess, reapplied it. Keep blade flurrying through the trank. Game is so bad. I get 20-0 through cheat death with just a Death Chakra while he's in CC. This game is just so fucking troll. He's just watching his little bouncy yo-yo not even control his character. Continue hitting me for like 10 hours. And he gets a full camo heal to full. And we lose. 2 fucking cross kills in a row, man. Like how's the game this bad? You ever run double DPS trinkets? I've experimented with double on use, but I don't like it that much. I was enjoying it a lot for like a couple days, but I have been enjoying no tier set Kyrian build with like Omega Mastery. I had like 136 Mastery as human and still had 35 Versa. And that is the pump. I liked double on use with that build a little bit, but the problem is just your conquest on use is still 800 agility worse. But if you kind of subtract what the medallion is worth on the honor one, you know, it's 1200 more than the honor one, you know. So I think the conquest one is worth 2300 and then the honor one is worth 2k. And you lose about 900 on the medallion. But being able to have 1200 more agility than the medallion every single go is nice. Because you can rotate them infinitely and have an on use every go. The problem just is your main on use is still 900 agility worse. And you're not able to trinket aggro. Chem should leave. Yeah. I mean, actually, Hunter is the one winnable DPS. Pretty hard for him to get camo or re-stealths to heal. Any other DPS is immortal, but Hunters don't really do that much healing. And Shamans can do good damage. That's like the only winnable healer versus DPS matchup, I think, kinda. I mean, our Druids can beat a lot of DPS, but that's different. If they're like playing really heavy cat form. But I already have an enchanted crest. Why haven't I not made the dagger already? Oh, I need another spark, that's why. I didn't realize because I bought all the mats to make another one of these because I thought I needed 60 of this. When do you pick Killing Spree? Almost never. I don't think it's good. It's just if you're like hardcore gapping your opponent smurfing and you want to just have a little more burst and like agency over the game to carry, but Can blind eye beam in a sec. Grapple kick the shot. I don't know if I have globals to kill the healing stream right now. I do. I thought I killed that. That's not good. If we had a shear on that, I think he would have died here. I think he still dies, hopefully. I mean, he should have been dead minutes ago. The guy's been at like 10% for like 2 minutes. The kick reminder CD, if a cast is kickable, it should be in my weak aura list. Towards the bottom, kick reminder. There you go. I've tried using Nagas, they're too heavy and too slow. I don't really like giant, bulky mice. Makes me slower at like killing totems and stuff. And it's got a... I like having the same mouse for every game I play. I don't want to just be a golfer pulling out golf clubs being like, okay, I need a Naga for WoW. Okay, I need a really light mouse for an FPS game or League playing Riven, you know, like... I don't know. Gonna pull out the Naga here for this putt. I mean, I can get 80 keybinds with a 60% keyboard and a 2-button mouse. You just gotta have long piano fingers and use Shift, Alt, and Control. I mean, I only have like 2 or 3 controls, but yeah. I would have rather they nerfed Outlaw and different stuff. I think the haste was the wrong thing to nerf. I think the haste is fun and it helps you play aggro and do stuff. I think they should have nerfed the stamina. But the evasion nerf was good. I also don't think DH got nerfed enough. And I don't think, I think it's really weird that they didn't nerf Ellie Shaman, R Shaman, or R Druid. And how they didn't buff Holy Priest. And I think Fire will be dog shit no matter what you do until you delete Glass Cannon. Fire is just really dog shit. And I think Frost got way overbuffed. I think Asa Frost is going to be really good. For the disc, at just PvEing people. I think the meta is going to be like a Ret Warrior Fistweaver meta. I think it's still going to be full PvE Pepega. Because they didn't do anything to address how bad CC is. It'll just we sub out some PV specs for different PV specs. Yeah, it's crazy they didn't nerf Fistweaver either. It's so bad for the game. Dark mode for nameplates. I don't think I turned it on for nameplates though. I think that's a newer setting. I could, I guess. See how it looks. No version of Fish should exist even with Way of the Crane. Under miscellaneous? No, it's in Blizzard Seavars. Oh no, that's a input resource. Never mind, you're right. And I broke my own sap too. We're gonna get double feared on my AR. Try to cloak the fear. I hit the button, but it didn't go off. Step kick doesn't go off either. I love being a lag lord. Channeling my inner Australian right now, playing on Europe. At least I lagged so bad there, he couldn't fade my blind. Because it was 4 years delayed. I lagged harder than the fade's duration was. So that was precedent. Green on my vanish, feels bad. Maybe I get a re off this though. I don't know, I kind of like the nameplates by default. I don't think that needs to change. Makes it pop more on where it is. Nameplates are like a moving target to keep track of. Maybe sap the meld. Nagorga becoming an engineer? Well, I'm not an engineer, so I can't really do a comparison. Being an engineer though. I mean, if it's D&D, the engineer's an artificer, right? Actually gave him precog there for my kidney. I think we might be dead here. Trinkets for the double fair. A little scary for us. Kill both. Drop means it's time to do damage. Cat keeps trying to jump out. think we're dead here because we have no mana. Sucks. I think no tier is better, yeah. I've been enjoying it. Double DPS. I'm just trying to gear up on EU though, you know. Honestly, I finished, I think. I just needed like a couple thousand conquest points to get most of what I needed. And we got the outlaw embellishments, we got NG goggles, we farmed the outlaw weapon. I only had sub gear before on EU. And boots. Yeah, we farmed like 3,000 or 4,000 conquests a couple days ago. I think we still need to get the non-tier pieces though for subs, since I enjoy playing no tier set now. So I still need like 800 or whatever for the legs, and like 700 for the gloves, and like 700 for the shoulders. I just don't play on EU that much, so I don't have like hundreds of thousands of conquest. Have I seen Dune 2? No, I haven't. I saw the first one though. Big no tier for Asa. Asa might still be 2-piece. Probably should not trinket that because he can just dispel me. I hit cloak there, but it didn't go off. He just DC'd. He was just standing there on the tomb when I set the full trap. He's back now, though. That was weird. This sucks because that was my adrenaline rush. Well, because the priest was doing a lot of damage to me there. stop the fear. It gets to get the fear. It actually does a good death for once. There for Link if we need it. Turtle. Getting another trap. Get out of this one. No step kick for that Radiance. Party Caspar add-on called. It's my Better Blues plates and frames. It's like half my UI. These two. Not much, Ephraim. How you doing, man? My cheat death proc. Okay, dude. Because the stupid buff set my HP to 1. And then the I had a bleed on me when I went in the arena. I'll just play Feint. That's still cooked. Motive for playing without tier? Because the tier set is just dog shit for sub. You RNG for like 30k damage. It's just scoreboard pad on Rupture that's nice. That's about it. I just do more damage without it, yeah. It don't like with a T build, you probably still want 4 set just for the crit. It's just free real estate to take it if you want crit. But I'm playing like 16% crit. Even if my stats DR, I'm like 136 mastery and like 35 Versa as like human. And if I go in Furious Boots instead of double mastery embellishment, it's like 120 something mastery still, while still being high Versa, which is good. So my Eviscerate still feels like I'm playing T. Managed to put between the eyes on CD, which kind of sucks. Downside of the ping is that happens more often. You just get bar lag. Just buffers it between the eyes after your dance ended or whatever. It's almost off CD though. I should have just danced early though, just to keep the adrenaline rush going. And the guy's trinket. For gouge. Play. Do a voice crack. Sepsis still the go-to? Honestly, I haven't been playing much Sepsis now. Mostly been playing the Kyrian Gormal build. Trying to get back into early range so far. It expires anyway. Trying not to line him, but I danced literally just for the healing there. Oh, we're just dead to air. That sucks. Doing good, Versace. I'll do double DPS in a bit. But I was just wanting to get a couple more games on Europe. Just to finish out my subset. So I don't want to play T. Thick Mog, thanks man. I mean, already playing, but yeah. Oh, he missed Q apparently. Better to run in and get combat, and then leave to not have to wait a minute. Whatever. You let it fall, Fleb? What the hell? Make this last game of Europe though, and then I'll go on today. Playing sub with high ping isn't as fun either. Because you actually have to do stuff as sub. I could try to help you get 1800 another day, Sonic. I didn't realize I've already been playing for 2 hours. Feels like I've played like 10 games, and it's because I have. World of Dampening, you know? Yeah, we'll do some sub on an A after this game. Yeah, it's very slow right now. It's crazy as noobs still die just as fast. I don't know if I want to play that high of rated Versace, but I guess I can do some on B tier because it needs cap. Tried to re-roll 2 globals ago before my 4 set. It just like buffered the global twice on me. We hate having 300 spell Q window to play the game. Can't really ever change my mind mid-global. Dodge before we get feared. I can never give an honest, actual, accurate answer to that question because the main disadvantage is streaming. You can always beat up noobs in a 6-minute queue for +4 50 times in a row, but trying to play any spec with counterplay is going to be hard against like actually a decent couple, you know, teams. But there's only like a couple good teams, you know, that actually know how to just play against sub. Like this, it's honestly just auto playing. I heard like one decent song and then I just started a radio off of it. It's auto playing off of this, I guess. Let's go on NA for a bit. I think this one's still too high for 2s, but Whatever. I'll tank my 2s. Most of the EU people have been coming to NA, but it's mostly because people want to play at normal, healthy hours, you know? Let me close this GM thing real quick. I never want to like accidentally dox a GM on their response. I'm not ending the stream now. I'll pry over Sachi if he wants, but high on this one though. Maybe I shouldn't play this one. I don't know. It's too high. I don't care if I don't cap this character. It already has all of its sockets. I'll just go on the other one. I wanted to have sockets, but I don't want to lose like 10 games in a row. And it's at like an 8-minute queue. Play this one. Hope the other guy gets you one later though. He was just asking in party chat earlier. Opinion on T-Build versus Gorma? Honestly, I think Kyrion's just better. If you get enough mastery, you can kind of make your Abyss still feel like you're playing T. And Gorma helps you with any energy issues you have. So you have like the front-loadedness of the Kyrion build while still having the Abyss damage. Sorry, Sheepy. Yeah, it gets people for any links. You gotta like ask for permission and then I can permit you to link. I mean, I got the link open. What were you asking about with your armory? You just got the Tomb of Sargeras full set green gear. Well, you got different shoulders, but yeah. We got Dr. Shenanigan gifted one over. Thank you so much, man. Or were you getting a Mog check? Did you want to know like about your gear? Like, what were you just randomly sent me an armory? I don't know. Oh, you were talking about Mog. Never mind. I just reread it. I mean, there's other shoulders you can use than that, but yeah. It's kind of full setty though. And normally Mog checks are a channel point thing, you know. You played Sepsis all the time? Not really. You can just treat the Gorma as the Sepsis. And if you really wanted it to be easier but not as good, you can drop Kyrion for Cold Blood. Yeah, you can't get the Kata Elite sets. You can play Cataclysm Classic and get it though, you know. I think even this might be too high. We might have to just double DPS. Like I don't know. I shouldn't have been nice when you asked in Twitch chat. I think the MMR is a little too high. Maybe we'll just do one of this and then we'll do double DPS. But not like Rogue Warrior or Double Rogue or Rogue Hunter or anything like that. You gotta be some kind of CC hybrid, you know. I'm gonna probably main Kata, yeah. I don't have that much faith in how class design is going with PvE stuff. The only thing that's nice though is all the quality of life is on retail that won't go to Kata Classic. Like they're not gonna add like an actual functioning solo queue to Kata, you know? Is there an easy explanation of Kyrian? Yeah. One of your combo points goes blue. And if you do a blue point finisher, like if the third point is blue and you do a 3-point rupture, it counts as if it's a 7-point. And then the blue point goes away. That's it. If you're on the exact combo point number of a blue combo point, it's a 7-pointer. And you can either do big damn Kyrian, or you get 3 blue points instead of 1. But no one plays the 3 blue points anymore. That was more of a Shadowlands thing. I don't know, I hated it. There were so many RNG combo points and stuff that like made you get more than you wanted and stuff like that, and this is just really clunky. Not sure what we're dying to. Guess we just AFK. I don't have time to get the nullifying stuff. Let's get a random re. Not gonna press Kyrian or anything. This is just like a defensive go to peel while we run and wait for nullifying to end. Died at air. Holy shit. I'm gonna do some double DPS though. I already did enough healer DPS today. Alright. I'll get you in another time though. My brain said yes, but I was already saying I was gonna do double DPS. I can't handle much more of PvE games. Logging on, alright. Maybe you're first, maybe you're not. What is it? No. Be right back a sec. We can take the mage. Yeah, we're on an A now. We switched back. We got tired of lagging. We can do more EU later, like in the week though, where it resets. Obviously, I want to play NA on patch day tomorrow. But yeah, I can always cap because I still need more sockets on EU. Like, or my build mandatory to do your mastery versus gear or tier set? I think I wouldn't play tier set with this build now. If we're gonna play tier set, play T still. And if we're just gonna play kind of like an Avi dance kind of build, yeah, you can just still do full Versa, I guess. But I think the mastery makes it feel kind of better. Should not have double danced here. I get like nothing for it. Kind of pre-CCing when we don't really have all the DRs. I think we're just dead for that. Their blur aggro's on CD for no reason. Ollie's on stun DR. He doesn't actually have to use it to live. Well, I broke that. I gotta save pre for like when we have all of our stun DRs and stuff. Or you could just let me gouge more. It's not a warrior. But I also kind of threw by trying to do the extended go the first go. I thought I would get like a panic netherwalk or something and duel him low. But yeah, I just double danced and got nothing. Think DH nerf will be enough? Probably not. I mean, a couple days should have been done 2 months ago, instead of having all 3 tournaments be the same patch. Gormoff first, because you want the 3 free finishers that you can afford to duel. You need to. I don't know. I don't know where he's been. Karma good now? I mean, good is a strong word. One of the most fun playstyles I've seen. You can kind of kill people that are less experienced and lower rated than yourself with it, if you do the rest of your class really, really well. You missed the DB. 3 parries. I shouldn't have popped CDs into this. At least we got paints up too. Hopefully we sheep this. Can get there. I don't like that we're preing when we don't have stun DRs. We should just be AFK. I would rather die than us peel. Should have restunned earlier. That was my bad on this one. The rest of the goes have been his fault, but that one was my fault. I was like watching the sheep cast, and I was like, I didn't think he had another Bladestorm. I should have just stunned before he switched the sheep and risked the priest deathing it. The last paint's up. I think it's likely I kill a warrior in a duel, so I'm just gonna duel defensively on priest. I mean, it is kind of likely. I probably shouldn't do that, but I can blind off this. Do a sap. Oh, actually, I don't have blind. That was a throw on my end then. Book penance to live. Life swap. Dying to ultimate penance. Nice CS. Can't get this bot off me. Yeah, we got a weak aura that works for it now. Not much, Tristan. How you doing, man? I was gonna gouge bomb there, but he tab and Tim's me out of stuff. Pulling out of this. Hold the Druid's Trinket. That's the only downside of this autoplay right now on Spotify. There's too many monologues in these songs. I want no vocals at all. Don't need to be hearing Neil right now. I mean, Aslor got a big buff by Disc and Frost being buffed. I like the spec the most right now. Now that I've noted just Gormon, not energy starve myself. Our Frost Mages, they're getting a pretty gigantic buff tomorrow. Yeah, we got a weak aura for it. Jax has it on his Twitter, and I retweeted it if you need the weak aura, if anyone else has been harassed, so pretty nice. Blind because you got revivaled. Should be able to still sap this. The rupture kind of fucks us. It makes it a little harder for him to get a DB, but Ooh, I just fucked this really bad with that sap. The reason I thought it was full. I've been running for so long, I didn't look. I should have triple checked. I just saw him out of combat and I immediately was like, yo. Because even though the DH is not pre, the DH should just like Nether Walk or stun me or incap me or backflip as soon as I sap his healer anyway, even if it's full. Not the right way to do it. Frost is getting a lot of changes. They're buffing Fire and Frost, but with Fire, they're nerfing things and buffing things. With Frost, it's just getting a raw PvE buff that still applies in PvP. So like the way it works with, they do PvE changes at the top, and then they do PvP changes here, right? And generally, if it doesn't say it does not affect PvP combat, that means the PvE change works in PvP as well. So instead of like sneaking Frost Mage changes down here, Frost got all of these in PvP. 25 more Flurry, 10 more Frostbolt, 5 more Ice Lance, which is huge. Whereas Fire got a trade-off of nerf some things, buff some things. So if it doesn't say does not affect PvP on the PvE section, it applies to PvP. Yeah, I don't think Frost really needed a buff. It was kind of dumb. I wish they would like delete Glass Cannon and properly make Fire good, but not much. Slay, how you doing, man? Living Bomb is such a small number, it might still be like 100k. Just go to MMO Champion or Wowhead. Those are the sites that have had all of the WoW news for decades now. I don't know, the thing with Gormaw and Sepsis is Gormaw and Kyrian do way more damage than Sepsis while being instant and not over 10 seconds and getting removed. I like that you can sometimes sap someone, yeah, without having to redance, but it's not worth it. Yeah, I think Asa Frost is gonna be pretty damp next week. Because Outlaw's getting nerfed. Ugh. And Disc is also getting a buff, so. How you doing, Scary? More just the raw atonement value of this, you know. There is like a Smite 2v2 build, but yeah. Azaryu's been a family man casual PvEer for like years now. I think this build is just better for everything now, yeah. Kind of the best of both worlds. You get to have the front-loadedness of some of the dumber Gormaw builds in the past, while still having kind of a T of this level damage. I mean, they could have pressed way more buttons than they did, right? Erlen did a lot. A pretty slow death. Top dam was earthen wall. Make sure you have like the right gear for it. No tier whatsoever. So 4-piece. You don't have to do lifebound boots. You can be like 120 mastery with like Infurious boots. And you just send like cheap Abyss into like Gormaw Secret, into like re-cheap shots into like, you know, Kyrian and stuff. Yeah, you Secret pretty similar, like similarly. With this, you're not losing that much at all, even though, you know. The only downside is your Secret doesn't crit as often. But, you know. Just make sure you're prioing Gormaw over the Kyrian, even though it does less damage, just so you never energy starve and you can duel. Yeah, it's just so much more front-loaded since you don't have to Sepsis. Or Shadow Strike, because both of those buttons are just terrible. So we have this, Gormaw, we got Trinket Parry that goes over. We just run. Shouldn't have vanished, but yeah. Trinkets. Go back to running. I pressed duel there, but it didn't go off. I like energy started myself barely. Normally I never energy start with the Gormaw buff up. Just I started to go kind of weird. Because they came off CD mid-go. This guy's on DR and he still refuses to run into the ring, that's good. I'm getting rung would be bad for me actually. Duel to live. Get food for the setup. Find that. Couldn't get around the corner, so I'm probably dead. Fun. I just needed to get the duel off relay swapped. Normally I never energy starve on duel like that, but should have just been more patient on setting it up. CU? No, I played on EU earlier. I need to untake that. Oh. I played EU the first 2 hours. And I've been playing NA for about 40 minutes. I took it out of the title. Outlaw nerfs will be that bad? I don't think it'll be that bad. I think just Asa was already kind of close, honestly. Like, the evasion one needed to happen. I don't like the haste nerf, but that just makes more people want to play OP Cloak, and that's just toxic. I would have rather they just like nerf the stamina on top of nerfing evasion. Or maybe even like, you know, nerfing the proc rate of between the ice spam or something and forcing people to play greenskin just takes more skill and less RNG. But, you know. I just think Asa Frost has really good synergy, and it was already kind of a little sleeper. And for Outlaw and Arcane to both get nerfed, and Destro to get nerfed, that kind of steamrolls a lot of the comps that Outlaw plays. Besides, like, Outlaw Boomy. Get as much mastery as possible as sub. I wouldn't say it's, like, necessarily the way. Like, if you're gonna play a T build, you might still want to play just 4-set. Some crit is good. And you don't need the Versa as much with T, because you're just all in on a Vis Rupture Secret. And you could still get 118 mastery as a 4-set. Outlaw has been the meta for a couple months now, yeah. And tournaments and all that. But they're nerfing it tomorrow, so. It might be Asa again, who knows. Just any website. Like MMO Champion, Wowhead, like all the same WoW news sites since the dawn of time. Since vanilla WoW, you know? Well, I'm not gonna go into Thoughtbot, but you just check the class tuning at the top there, and you're good to go. I don't think Asa is going to be meta. It's not going to be thrown into every comp like Outlaw was. I'm just saying Asa Frost might be one of the better rogue options. I think we're going to see a lot more Demo Lux. We're going to see a lot more Ret Warrior Fistweaver, and, you know, a couple people will try sub Rogue Mage for like a week and then, you know, be like, oh yeah, people still don't die. Because they didn't really change anything with how CC works. It's still going to be a dampener PvE game forever until they rework CC. And stop coddling healers. Because they're, you know, no matter how easy you make healing, like, it still no one wants to play it and shuffle weird. They're just gonna swap. He still had pre-wall too. I shouldn't. Gonna get earth grabbed? Oh, you already used it. I don't like that we're pre-sheeping when the guy's on Slendier. But the guy also triggered it a pre-sheep for no reason because he's a bot. So. Got a pre-blur. He's bad. It's a bad blind. I was just hoping he would drink it. Gonna have to sometimes just cope and see if they're bad or not, but now would be a good time to pre, but gets the dispel. Guess I bomb this because I don't think he's gonna get there in time. Gets there next. Maybe he'll panic link on this. He just tanks it. Probably gonna have to block. He backflips because we broke the pre-sheep. I kill the link before he gets in it, but That air to air. Yeah, a lot of their changes are just completely random, of just throwing darts backwards at balloons to decide what they do, because it never makes any sense at all. Like, I swear they just intentionally make the game as imbalanced as possible so more people reroll. So they get more like gold leveling and WoW, you know, WoW tokens and all that. And crafted gear. Like, there's no way it could be that bad at balancing numbers, because they can't even balance PvE and they care about that. Like, I get they don't care about PvP, but they definitely care about like the mythic plusers, and they never balance that either. They're just like, okay, this is the tank for the season. Everyone better love Bear or Blood DK this time around. Character frame add-on? What do you mean by character frame? Like the dark mode of it? It's just tied to these two. These are like half my UI. It even has a notch profile button in it. Better Blizz plates and better Blizz frames. Storm frame, yeah. It's the add-on too. These two add-ons, it's literally like half my UI. Party cast bars, it's the totems. Combat indicator. It's the highlighting certain buffs and debuffs and making them bigger. And they both just AFK. Here's the Bloodstorm. I had to vanish to reset my dance charge there. We didn't like rush the go though. Freed when the guy was still in stun deer again. At least he got the half sheep though. At least the guy wasted his second Bladestorm. These goes need to clean up though. Penance, I guess, because I'm dying. Get food. It's a yellow sheep, but he just deaths it. That priest in a sec. think I could just kill this guy. Nope, he just trinket double blade storms. Actually could kill there if he didn't have a 37th blade storm in 3 minutes. It's crazy. He didn't play like it. He didn't stop a single go the entire game. I wouldn't be able to tell the difference. There's only like 1 or 2 warriors that ever do anything though, so. Yeah, we gotta clean up these goes, or I'm gonna next in a couple more. Cried. What does he casted 3? There's no way. He casted like 6 that game. If we needed a pre-alter here, but you're behind a pillar with neither of them on you. Wasn't ready for this pre, but at least I chased him down. Sure how we didn't get that. At least we got another paint step, I guess. Need to come back to stop MD on block soon, probably. I'm very dance charge starved to get this, but gonna be his block. I'm out of range to get the MD. Ultimate penance are probably just dead. Nice invis actually. Outlaw doesn't have AoE to get him out to stop it, but he gets nothing with that ultimate penance. It's really good for us. Look out of this. Or just evasion's aggro to kill me. That was a good pre, I just don't have many globals to do anything. Blind for priest, but he has trinket. Yeah.
What's our nameplate add-in thing called?
Better Blizz plates and better Blizz frames. Yeah, thank you, Ramen. 6-month reset. Last game with this guy though. That makes it up. I don't know if I would call that a GG, but yeah. You know, we're just doing some viewer twos, we're hanging out. To answer to solo, having ults and playing your ult till it passes your main, and then playing your main till it passes your ult. You just leapfrog because it's completely an RNG bracket. Yeah, just don't put too much stock in shuffle. Got egg and a viewer two's mirror. I don't think I have faith in this guy to 1v1 egg. Even if it is Arcane versus Frost. Arcane should always win a mage 1v1, but there's a gigantic experience gap. I probably just have to open. Trinkets. Probably dead here. SDB. Is CS for that in one? Now the painful part. Watching A run this back. Actually, it's no block, no mana. Ain't a counter spec matchup. We have a chance. Gloves are off. I mean, I probably should still be wearing the gloves. I figured they needed to breathe a little bit. Oh, I thought he already did block. What the hell? Oh, he's Frost. I forgot 2 blocks. Generally, Arcane should always win the mage 1v1, but pretty big experience gap. Since, you know, Egg's the rank 1, you know, tournament players, so. But Arcane is very oppressive in the 1v1. But we get to see us Ring of Frost. I think Sandor wins here, actually. It's really hard for Egg to come back from 30%, 0 mana, no CDs. Hopefully he gets executed here. As long as he has the eye, you should be able to get him out. Gets DB'd into a sheep and he goes to run to eat. He's actually all inning here, no block. Bring a fire off the sheep. Doesn't have Ray for this Veins, but never mind, he just goes for another eat. Ring of Fires to eat, that's really good. It actually does stand him up. Most of it gets absorbed by Ice Barrier, but Ring of Fire should kill him on like the next 2 ticks. Never mind, another 200k barrier. It's another barrier. Spellsteel War. Blink back, the blink back on his blink back into him blinking. This is my point of view of this match. I can't even. Rapid fire blinks. They're trying to communicate if they're a hostage or not. There's the Ray of Frost and he's CS. He might just be dead here. Nice. Okay, I thought the Ray would just do 500k, but it didn't. I thought he actually died to that execute. That was a really good meld for Meg. We got so lucky to even have a chance there with how badly I broke that rogue's ankles like 7 times. With like all the saps on him. Cause we got lucky finding him, and then we like got another really crazy sap on him. He's doing the no add-on challenge? I don't know. But I'm still gonna mix it up though. I'm proud of you for 1v1ing him though, even though you started, you know, 100% versus 30% with nothing, but you ran it back, dude. Proud of you. I did say LG though, so I'm gonna mix it up. Sorry we didn't get 2-1. I'm down to try again another time though. I don't know if I want to do Rogue Healer right now. I already did like 3 hours of healer DPS. I could do a couple games of Rogue Hunter, even though I generally hate Rogue Hunter. But the guy's above 1800, so maybe he knows how to scatter for free. Unless he got it playing BM Druid or something. Negative win rate also, but it should be okay for a couple. Literally, I need some Affliction Locks, some Shadow Priests, even some Ellie Shaman, like... He did play with an Ardrid. So that invalidates like 1,000 of the rating. No, okay. Yeah. Sub Affliction is by far the most fun use comp I can play. Then it's Rogue Shadow Priest, because it's just like watered down version of Rogue Luck. Stun Fear Sap is just so much more CC than Stun Sheep. You try and get Scatter Shot? We gotta try to parry everything. Gotta run. I could have just kicked that, but also wanted to wait out the DRC. Intervenes there. I'm ult stun before his pet dies. Fine, because he's not here to trap. Gonna get life cocoon. We just go back to running. Back to Van. I could still do like a ghetto go here, I guess. Oh, he doesn't have trap anyway. Probably just dead then. Be death procs. Die to a dot. I guess I could have cloaked the dot. I didn't think I would die to that actually. I thought dance would out heal the dot. And that I would cloak after the stun lock for the evasion. Into my real evasion after that. And I'd maybe kill there with duel or something, but... The Calvish is really good. I would put Sturge above him though. Or, I would put Waz above him though. I don't know, it's hard to tell. It's not something anyone can rate. Like, I can't rate it. It's not on me to decide that. It's just, you can't really put stock in a high ping NA versus EU with 150 ping tournament. Like, they need to go back to flying people out to Ohio. They can make the gauntlet be online, but like, if they can't afford to fly 4 teams out, it's kind of dumb. Well, 8 teams if you count, you know, NA and EU for top 4. I mean, it's not like they need to like fill a stadium of people and stuff, you know, like. It's not like they're like renting out, you know, some gigantic space. Just throwing a LAN party in a middle of nowhere state like Ohio isn't that bad. Got a week until your internet's fixed? I mean, I think the season's gonna go longer. We didn't, yeah. Maybe we'll get a 2-week warning tomorrow, but I know they're supposed to be giving some season 4 news tomorrow or something too. I don't know. I can't just blame it all on SOD. Because... you know, there's plenty of it. The people that actually played Arena that left for SOD are just streamers that know it's better money. For the most part, the average Arena person I don't think went to SOD. Unless they just quit Arena permanently and wouldn't even play a SOD Arena. It's just you're either a PvEer or a PvPer, you know, and to me, SOD is just another vanilla. You might have like 1 or 2 extra buttons, but there's still nothing to do. Everything just takes 10 times as much time for no reason, and the skill is just the time invested. There's nothing to do in it, it's just better money to play SOD. And my ADD does not like how slow paced anything even related to vanilla is, you know? There's no fixing vanilla unless you add like arena to it and no PV gear and no RNG. Dead here randomly. A rupture on him so he comes out of that. Actually did it. Nice trap actually. We just kill Rogue off that, I think. I think they're gonna stop Classic at MOP. There's no way they justify WoD Classic. Even though I think WoD in hindsight it was better than people gave it credit for. I thought they were gonna end it at Wrath, to be honest. I didn't think they would even do Kata. But if they do Kata, there's no way they're not doing MOP. Because people just love MOP so much. But WoD actually wasn't that bad in hindsight. I think they'll still do MOP. Because they'll just be like, oh, maybe MOP was just better than Kata. That'll be their logic. But I think Kata was great too. It's just, arena people are a minority. And it's the PvEers that hate Kata. So even if Kata is 500 times better than TBC and Wrath, it won't get the credit for it. At the end of the day, the PvEers decide everything. Our tier sets, you know. I don't know, I think Kata Arena could just replace Retail Arena since they've neglected it so bad lately. Especially if they added more retail stuff into Kata, of just being like, okay, here's solo queue. But doing it like an actual private server solo queue. And not shitty shuffle. I don't know, I'm really excited to play Kata. I'm probably going to main Kata, because I don't have that much faith in War Within, to be honest. Hero talents just look like more Covenant bullshit, and we're going right back to borrowed power stuff. And class design is just so PvE, and it seems like they have no incentive to fix CC. Because they think it's just easier to balance the game this way or something, even though it's not balanced. I don't know. I miss being able to crowd control people and not just doing a random drive-by gouge for micro CC. And the game hasn't been CC chains and stuff in a long time. I mean, obviously I'm going to play a lot of the alpha and the beta, and I'll play it when it comes out. Like, I'm going to play it and make an opinion on it. I'm just saying, as of right now, from what I've seen, I'm leaning more on the Kata train. It's the only thing that can maybe save the game a little. Because it doesn't seem like they have any interest in rewarding CC. They just want us all to be warlocks tab dotting each other, staring at details. Oh, we should have just trapped out of that. Oh, he didn't have it. I could have maybe sapped because the intim didn't put him in combat. I think we're just dead here to air though. At least we got our ghost pretty cleanly, but... I mean, even with the EXP boost, like, there's no point in SOD. Unless you love World PvP and Battlegrounds. If you want, like, a, you know, a game that's completely unranked, that just lies to your ego, like Fortnite or something, you know, where it's just like, oh, I beat 100 random 5-year-olds. I'm so good at video games. And you don't want any ELO, you know, or rating system or anything like that to ever challenge you. And you just want to be like, oh, I have best in slot raid gear and this guy's in quest greens. I 1v3'd him. I'm so good. And you just want time invested equals skill. Of like, oh, I AFK'd a bunch of Altered Valleys. I'm high ranked. Then that's basically what vanilla WoW is. In all versions of it, SOD included. You just spend 10 times longer leveling, and you spend 10 times longer getting your PvE gear, and then hopefully you get good RNG. Or you just rig the deck in your favor to have better RNG for yourself. But it's really just there to, like, you know, make people gaslight themselves that they're actually, like, kind of good or something. But, you know, at the end of the day, Arena is the game I fell in love with, and Arena is the only thing that kept me playing after Cataclysm. Like, I used to be a PvEer, and now I just despise PvE and I can't do it at all. Fries my brain. It's like watching paint dry. Shouldn't really do all that. I'm probably dead here. Unless he stops the lasso so I can vanish. He has kick. He got lined on it. I thought he would push in to kick it with like disengage or something. I shouldn't have done the duel. I should have just sat at pillar though. And been like, okay, we got trinket wall. And just never play the whole game. Can't really do extended goes or punish anything. How do you keep roll of buffs longer than the skill CD? You just make sure you're rolling on when you can if you have bad rolls. Just so you get the extra from your 4-set. And then you also get count the odds procs from just doing a bunch of finishers. And then finishers also just give you cooldown reduction to lower the cooldown. And then Adrenaline Rush also gives you a guaranteed double roll. So if you do your whole little Blade Flurry, Stealth, Adrenaline Rush, Slice and Dice or whatever, to have your buffs all last forever in Stealth with the talent, then you can just And the slice and dice gets paid for by the adrenaline rush. You can get your first like double roll from the other talent. Then you start the game with 2 bones, and you don't have to like spend globals getting blade flurry and slice and everything going. It's like 3 less ramp up globals to do that. Who's gonna be affected more tomorrow? But I think Rogue and Dietrich are still gonna be broken. But who knows? Maybe we'll see more Ret Warrior. Maybe we'll see Acid Frost. Maybe we'll see a bunch of demo locks. All I know is it's still gonna be PvE, and there'll be people that try sub for like a week, and then they'll get bored of it. But I think a lot of stuff needs to change for CC to be fun again. And I don't think the game is sustainable being a PvE mana game for the entire expansion. Really bad for the game. And if War Within is the same, I definitely won't play War Within. The only DH change that mattered was the set bonus being bug fixed, because it was bugged. But the other ones, yeah, like they're still gonna be immortal unless they like trinket aggro, blur aggro for no reason. Probably like 1400 or 1500 days if I added it all. My main alone has 1,000, and then I have a lot of other characters I've played. But I play my ults more than I play my main. Scattered a little too early for pre. Gonna reverse that because the guy's still on DR. Wish we didn't do all that. We didn't need to scatter or go for trap or anything. Lining his healer so I get a trinket. Scattered for pre way too early again. This might be my last game of this. Half sap. We killing a random silence. Get life swap. He does a triple DR and Tim stun. Might as well leave the game then. It was actually fine, and we would have killed him there if we didn't just grief the stun DR. Solo shuffle PTSD. Dance literally for the healing, I guess. No dance charges now for a bit, but he has no turtle, but he has Exil in 1. Other walk, nice. Blind him off me to live. Might sap DH. No, we break the sap for no reason too. I'm just going for a random shitty sniper shot that gets melded. I just solo here, I think. Wish we could just tunnel like doing 2 clean CC goes. Crazy, only like 2 hunters in the entire game could play Rogue Hunter. Because everyone is just, you know, or Druid Hunter. I need some breaks from that. You just gotta slow it down. Do a couple good scatters for pre when we have stun DRs and trap available. I'd rather die than like scatter air and then be like, oh, they're on stun DR for 10. Now we have no way to actually get the real go. And then we still could have ran it back despite fucking up our pre-CC 4 goes in a row. And just trapping for no reason while the guy's on stun DR and letting it get dispelled. We still almost ran it back from all of that if we didn't just triple DR in Tim and reef my stun DR there too. Like, it's kind of crazy how that was actually kind of close still. But that just was not fun. That's why I usually don't do Rogue Hunter ever. Like, you kind of need at least like a gladiator level hunter for them to kind of understand pre-CC, and like, even then it's just like, you're probably going to end up having to use trinket, defensives, and turtle all in like the first 1.5 to 2 goes. Like, you have like 2 to 3 goes at most to win. Whereas if you just play really well with kind of like a hybrid caster, you can live like 3 to 5 goes sometimes. Gonna wait for like a mage or a shadow priest, or a warlock, or a boomy, or an Ellie, or a dragon. So I don't really want to do double melee or rogue hunter or a rogue healer right now. I mean, this is low enough that I could maybe do it, but scared for Windwalker? Not really, it's just boring. I said anything but hunter, rogue, or warrior, or DH, yeah. But I don't really like double melee. Or ret. I feel like Aug sub lacks damage sometimes. It's just double melee, you just run in and you try to zug and you don't actually like do much. Like our CC chain is just a random incap or a random gouge. It's just solo shuffle mode of like my step kick and kidney and all that, and like holding W at someone. It's just not fun. Whereas if I'm playing with like a Shadow Priest or a Lock or, you know, anything like that, like I'm sapping out of fears and stuff, and, you know, stuff's happening. Rogue SP is fun, and we could do that. And you can get on your healers some other time if you want, I guess, since this guy already signed up. Yeah, I think Rogue Dev is just better. Maybe like when Aug was at its peak broken, it was good because it was helping you hit like 300k eviscerates and shit, but I don't think Aug is that good. It doesn't give me enough damage, and it doesn't make, you know, it still feels like I'm playing healer DPS but with a worse healer. Because like a good disc or something is going to do more damage than the Aug is going to give me. Like Devoker is just better than Augvoker, yeah. You should get a splitter every week. You just might have to do the weekly quest if you're caught up. If you're not getting catch-up sparks from just playing a lot of arenas, then you just gotta do the weekly to get your spark every week. It's only if you're behind you get like a spark from just doing anything. But yeah, you can do like the weekly quests change every week too, but like one of the easiest ways to do it if it's not like an arena week is you just do the 1500 rep quest in the new zone, and you just do the every hour on the hour event where you like follow the tree around like right outside the town, and that gives you most of the rep within like a couple minutes. It's like an RPG week or something, you know, and you just only play arena. Like that's a good way to get it done. I don't know if I like Infurious more than Lifebound, honestly. So you don't really need the Lifebound to play this build. Like you could still be in the 120s of mastery. But this does feel like smoother to have double like mastery embellish. If you're ever having to like pre-CC and like waste your Infurious buff, you know? Yeah, it's just agility, it doesn't DR at all. So it's like really, really good. You mean Disintegrate? I-Beam is Demon Hunter. So we don't just die in the ope.
the guy's trinket. I believe you live there. I think I should have came back sooner than waiting to kidney. I only did 500k damn. We're just kind of on the back foot. Best DPS to pair with the Disc Priest? Probably DH. Or Outlaw Rogue. All the stuff you see always broken in 3s. Nice Tiger, thanks man. Cheers, Asa. I don't know because I don't play enough Asa. I just don't really enjoy playing Asa at all. I think it can be really good. I think Asa Frost might be the best version of Rogue Mage after the patch. Frost's getting some pretty big buffs. Outlaw and Arcane are both getting some nerfs. But I probably won't play that much Asa outside of maybe just pushing #1 in Shuffle or something for fun. But you're not playing OP Club? Or no, he karma'd the Priest, that's why. Out of this. No disperse. He still has swap for me though. Hopefully he doesn't die this global. He gets bashed, he's probably dead. I get there to peel it. He gets the swap off, nice. Gotta run. Good drop combat there for like a global somehow, but I was stuck in the root. Don't really know how we recover. I can't really gouge this guy. He just dies while I'm in kept. I think I could still 1v2 if I can live 20. Somehow, copium. I didn't touch that's me. So but I could kite him a little bit and then kill him with duel in 10 seconds, but We just gotta run more. We're like staying too in. Should always be running, because like not only is it good defensively, it's just good offensively too. Because it makes the healer have to chase them more. Like always be kiting the healer. Then they have to chase their dumb DPS around the pillars into bad spots. Yeah, I can't imagine you being even more immortal, buddy. That's kind of crazy. I don't feel like that shield is ever really even getting dispelled that much. And you were always just draining from like 10 to 50. Trinket swap and trinket parry. Big priest on both schools. The last paint's up. Gotta top ourselves. We shouldn't be walking off the pillar to get charged here. We should have just stayed LOS. We already got like paints up and stuff this guy. Like, we should be kiting them all game. We could do a stun fear here though. He missed his fear trying to fear me. I think we just kill here. They don't really have any defensives left. Can't believe I almost died there. Cheat death procced. Kind of keyboard is that? It is the Wooting 60 HE, but I modded it out. Like switched the keycaps and all that. And a few other mods. It's a 60% layout, so there's no F keys and all that. We're gonna get the 80 when it comes out though, which will have F keys and arrow keys. Kind of rushed this opener because he just wasn't there. Might just die 100-0 in a lasso. On the hunt. Nice sphere. But maybe gouge shaman before running. Blind off that. Duel defensively for CC. Shouldn't have walked back the last second there. And we still get the re anyway though. Dodge all the DH AoE. We have stun fear available. I can walk into an earth grab though. Shouldn't have gouged DH. It would kill if I have gouge right now on shaman. He doesn't tremor that, hell yeah. Just disperse, should be okay. Probably still dead. He has swap, I just have to get in his line. Vanish in 1 second, but I'm dead. I was so close to vanishing before that stun. That sucks. There was nothing wrong that much that game. That's just a hard comp. But we got most of the CCs. The main thing was just my gouge, where I gouged the DH. We're gonna put the same amount of effort, yeah. Probably gonna use the same PCAP set though, because I can't really afford another GMK set right now. And I think this is the coolest theme for me, because it matches like the Shadow Dance theme, you know? I disperse. I won't be able to sap this because he attacked. Like nice, he trinkets anyway. A really bad trinket from the monk. I dueled appeal, I guess, because otherwise we're dead. Get out the revival before I do damage. think we're just dead here. Mistweaver Warrior is one of the hardest comps we ever could get. They're just never gonna let him cast a single spell. Later, buddy. You guys truly PvE'd. Kind of insane. Couldn't have blinded. We didn't really get anything with it. Hoping he would just rage trinket. The monk actually is playing orc, so he's a lot tankier. Karma at least. Gives me a pretty big opening to kill the guy with duel soon. Have to live a little longer with no disperse. Whomps, mate. I think I just kill here. Fine, he took 0 damn because orc. How does he actually live there? That's insanity. Serenity. Try to gouge off that if he turns. I'm gonna get capped and die though. Shaman was out of combat there. I actually could have maybe sapped him. No dance charge for like ever. He just dispersed in like a minute. Don't think that's gonna be enough though. If I walk up, I just die. We just accidentally silenced the Windwalker. I walk up to die like I talked about. Disarms me aggro for no reason. I get a clean re here in 5, or actually 2 if I cloak. Clean re, I can kill, I think. I'm 30 with duel. Less than that because vanish. I shouldn't have sapped Shaman though. At least it made him pre-wall. I just AFK a little longer, wait out the sap DR. It's annoying because I have to sap the monk when he gets the eye, but if the Shaman gets the eye though in the next 10 seconds, it's kind of annoying because then I don't get to switch the sap to the Shaman. For now, I guess. Writing a forum post about nerfing subrogues as we speak. Wait, he's actually gonna get that. Never mind. Wait, did hitting the Earth Grab give him combat and interrupt the res? I shouldn't even have trinketed then. That's funny. Never seen that interaction. I thought he was actually gonna run cast res there with that Earth Grab. I was like, no. Get the Kyrian off, but whatever. Rage quit. Thanks, cool. I didn't laugh. I just said thanks. I got enough haters, so I get it. That's not really a joke. We're playing human over orc. I just like it. I can trinket aggro more often, and I feel like it's more damage. I have some crazy stats. Oh, wait, got the other guy. Yeah, still close here though. Swap. I think we're dead here though, unless he swaps me this global. Okay, cross kill. I don't know if he can 1v1 a disc though. We'll see. I never really watched SP versus disc 1v1. Maybe he can. Also, I just haven't been using Iamorph, and Orc is ugly, and you know. This also helps you every go rather than 1 out of every 4 goes. And since you don't really need Orc outside of Sub-Rogue v Sub-Rogue to be tanky enough to live, Human just means you can trinket aggro more often. Having basically 90-second trinket. I think we might be dead here. Actually, he has disperse in 1 second. He has disperse back. Reading it, okay. I have power bar off. No, he just doesn't have mana as an SP. Still have disperse. We're being pretty greedy. Okay, nice, we used it. I was gonna say. Night Elf is good for like melding and outplaying stuff. I love meld immuning stuff, but I feel like I do more damage with Human. Meld is a bigger deal for Night Elf, or Night Elf is for Outlaw and Asa. It's an extra cheap shot Garrote. Subbug gave Dance the whole game anyway. I wish Meld was more just about actually immuning things and not just being a free vanish. Or a free res attempt or free drink, you know. Dropping combat's kind of dumb with it. Did I answer? I didn't see what you said. Could scroll up though, I guess. We're talking about Human? Yeah, I answered that. I was talking about it the whole last minute. But it's just I can trinket aggro more often and it helps you every go instead of every 4 goes. Meld is more of just a free restealth for Outlaw and Asa than it is an actual thing for outplaying, you know, channels and Chaos Bolts and Coils and stuff like that. It's fun to do that, but 2% more of every secondary is a lot more than just 1% crit. Or 1% haste, when haste is useless. I mean, the burst does not scale at all. It's the same amount of attack power in Season 1 as it is in Season 4. The stats, it increases every single tier, because you just get more stats to balance it off of. 600 attack power is not that much. I think the only racial in the entire game that justifies having racials is Shadow Meld if it didn't drop combat. Maybe Void Elf too. Those are like the only interactive, interesting racials that aren't just completely passive. Or just black and white hard counters of like, oh, I'm fighting a Boomy, I need Gnome. Oh, I'm playing an RMP mirror. I win because he's a night elf and I'm an undead, and I just will and fear him back. I'm not saying Void Elf is good. I'm just saying it's one of the only interactive, interesting racials where, you know, there's stuff happening that you can see and outplay, and, you know, there's a tennis match being played with it. You can get out of roots out of it. You can get out of silence. You can get out of root beam with it. You can, you know, fake jump off a bridge and teleport back up and fake some melee off. Like, you can do stuff with it that's fun and interesting. Doesn't work against good players, but, you know. I just play Ravencrest on EU. It's like the more popular PvP realm. I was trying to get a half blind into sap there, but one more go on us. Sure broke my gouge, but where's my gateway out? This is like one of the hardest counters we could get, though. Especially if the warrior was good and played the AoE Zerker Rage thing for his healer to get out of fear. Yeah, I'm good on gold on EU. But it's kind of hard if you don't know someone on to like trade gold for, because you can't buy WoW tokens. On like a cross-region thing, they just won't let you. Some kind of legal reason or something, I'm sure, but like if you have an EU and an NA account on like the same BattleNet, You can only buy WoW tokens on the primary region your account's on. Yeah, I have like 300k, I'm fine. I traded NA gold for EU gold forever ago. Ever wear tier 3? Not really. Tier 3 is not rare enough, and it's just gold pay to win, you know, like, not interesting. Kind of overused too. I have all the tier 3s, so just I never really use them. I didn't get his trinket with that. I don't really need to disarm here because I'm on stun D already. It's kind of a bad disarm. Spirit. Kind of a bad cloak too because I'm playing OP cloak. Just avoiding a fear isn't really enough value. Especially because the guy's on stun DR. Uptime here doesn't do anything for me. It's better to like not die from it. Or like avoid a disarm or something. Got a trinket. Tried to gouge this, but I just get micro CC'd and die. I did this guy a couple days ago, but we're not playing as clean as the other day. Mix it up in a couple more there. Today might just be a shorter day in general too. I'm kind of just, I need the patch to come out. I don't know if I can like, you know, play a couple more hours of this patch. I don't want to just time travel to tomorrow. Thank you, Jakoko. How you been doing? Any changes for Rogue? They're nerfing Outlaw a little bit. And DH. And Destro. Cloak is blind, doesn't do anything though. Avoid the double fair. Avoid it. Playing games. Synced air. I think we're just dead here randomly though. Am I dead? Oh, he swapped in this way. Still has bubble. I don't really know how we recover. Yeah, this guy's just really unlucky with his Qs though. Like, Ret Healer and Fistweaver Warrior are like the two hardest things we could get. I need some variety. Down to play with him again another day, you know. Just these are rough cues for it. Maybe get like one more person in for like another 30 minutes to an hour. I don't really want to play that much more of this patch. Even though I think next patch won't be that different. There'll be a lot of like Ret Warrior, Fistweaver and stuff. And just demo locks and, you know, PvE comps in general. I think DH will still be really, really broken too. Yeah, I mean, it's all good. It was just harder cues. Shouldn't really lose like some of the games though, like the Rogue Healer and stuff. I don't think that's that bad. Or the Windwalker games shouldn't have been that hard. Definitely the Warrior games and the Red games should be really, really hard for us, and Hunter games. Yeah, it's just getting like the Gouge Fears down and the Stun Fears and all that. I think you use your silences a little too early sometimes too though, instead of like the tail end. Like after all the other CC chain and all that is over. Because usually that's kind of like the last flex. I mean, it's more of a flex CC of like I can't get there for the fear. That's kind of the, you know, what bridges the gap. But sometimes you just kind of lead with it off of the gouges and stuns and stuff when you could just fear. Or you like silence off of a fear that I can maybe sap or something, you know. Yeah, let's get one more person in there for a couple more games. Preferably double DPS with some kind of caster. Not really double melee. But maybe a healer too is fine. Yeah, having a good UI helps with that a lot. Maybe we can get this guy in. At least it's Frost and not Arcane. The damage profile might line up a little bit, right? He's got some shuffle experience, so that's good. Yeah, you should try the Better Blizz plates and frames add-ons with my profile on them if you haven't. It cleans up the game a lot. Like, having a good UI is a good part of like VOD review making sense. Yeah. I mean, there's other comps that are annoying too, though, and different types of healers. And a good DH healer shouldn't really ever lose. This is lower rating, so he's just gonna run in and die. We're actually dead here. Crazy. Gotta stop breaking these pre-CCs though. There, Panda kind of screws over my ability to gouge. I guess I get blind for pre. If he doesn't DB. He doesn't have DB. Problem is he's gonna break this blind if I do it. I kind of have to just wait. Finish to reset my Kyrian. No more Thistletea. I've just been cooking and I like this build more now. Doesn't have to be double mastery embellishment though. Mage viewer, yep. We're doing viewer 2s. Honestly, I kind of blurred most of the game out outside of playing it. I don't remember where he really threw. I think it was just your DH chasing me instead of like you guys both being on the same person. Because he was just out of your line most of the game. Watch it on YouTube? Yeah, I have both open. But the Twitch chat should be on the right side too. I just read both chats. That's why the chat's like overlaid on the screen on the right side. So people on other platforms can still read Twitch chat. Pre-CC is a little weird, but Rupture kind of makes it harder for me to gouge or DB. I don't like the Rupture here. I just didn't want the Rogue to get a Vanish off. Not sure how that was DR. Waited forever, but don't really need to pre-CC. We don't have stun DRs available. And it would be good for running away, I guess, but good for the setup. A little scary for us here. Good block. At least Rogue can't get a re with the Rupture. Might be able to set Priest in a sec. Build combo points for a sec. Fake out the fade. Can't really afford duel because of not having Gormaz for this go. Let me write it back at least. 3CC is a little weird though. Is your... I don't know what you're saying with the weak aura with Quo. Like the change talent one or the time in queue? Like the timer for how long I've been waiting for a game? Season 9 better than Season 11, yeah. No one wears Season 11 even if they have it. Season 9 is the throwback everyone wants to play and uses on Tournament Realm when they don't have it. Everyone wants a little bit of, you know, Wreckful Mog, you know. It's trial and error, you know. It should be in my list. It should be the one that says time in queue. Q-U-E-U-E. It was the closest thing to words with a Q that I was like, it has to be that, right? Like, what the hell is a quo? It was like the status quo. Blind this guy off this. I won't be able to sap because he has a. Actually, I can for some reason. Anyway, either way, he got the sheep. I thought the Shadow Fiend would be hitting something, but it just wasn't. Okay, we got double trinket everything though. My bleed falls in 2, and then I can bandage. Clean rate. I like this pre-sheep. Maybe we can get a re-sheep though. I got feared. Priest death that feels bad, man. Not really ready for this pre-sheep because I don't really have DRs, but I don't think he has either block, so I need to go soon. Can't believe he didn't trinket, but now he does now. It's just the more PvE you make the game, the more people have PvE bots. There's a lot of cheating now. It's like the majority of demon hunters and Ellie shamans and all that. Because those kind of people already take the easy way out on life. Of course they're gonna cheat. Yeah, we just broke too many pre-CCs, but yeah, let me go into my weak aura list for you. Thoughts on DH tomorrow? I think it'll still be broken, but you know, it is what it is. You think it'll bring back Rogue Mage X? Probably not. I mean, maybe like Asa Frost Disc might PvE really well instead of like Outlaw Arcane Druid, but it's gonna be a PvE game forever until they undo some of the CC nerfs and medallion change and stamina and all that shit. You know, they need to make the game faster paced, and then they can just, you know, make CC less overwhelming in other ways, like killing triple DR or making DRs take 20 to reset, or giving healers more ways to outplay CC and more game-winning ways to land CC. But the way they've gone about trying to make more people want to heal is clearly not working, and it just ruins the rest of the game. Instead of just making the game miserable healers for healers, now it's miserable for everyone. Except the clone. Blindus trinket. Guy still lives for no reason. Except Druid out of nothing because he's just running around. Bomb this clone on me, I guess. You didn't have CS for 10, feels bad, man. Go dance for a while. Not playing block heal? No, he isn't. That was quite the one shot, dude. Alright, this guy got a shuffle pop apparently. And I think I'm just gonna end on that, honestly. That was a good game to end on. That was a sick last game. I'm gonna go toss a raid too. I kinda just wanna make today a shorter day, even if it's like 5 hours, just cause I just wanna wait for tomorrow and play the patch, honestly. And just cope that it's gonna be better, you know? Hopefully Subfire, you know, or Subfrost just fucks or something in 3s. It'll be fun. Don't really see anyone dozed, so run some ads. Aegis isn't streaming or anything, right? Oh, he is actually. We'll raid Aegis. These guys. Later, PMK. Wait, what are you adding me for? I didn't see what else you said. You see the hunter buffs? Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna head out, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. Hopefully the patch is good. I think Subfrost will still be better than Subfire.